Hello, world. I hope this thing is on. I don't actually know yet. Yeah, it looks like it's working. Good. Let's see if this works. Hey Google, turn on the bright lights and the fan. Hey Google, turn on the fan.
Alright, turning fan on.
I guess it can't do both, which is pretty fucking stupid. Discouraging, even. I wonder if the Amazon smart speakers are any smarter. All right, good to be here. Oh yeah, it's hello. It's Thursday. It's Thursday, the 2nd of July, 2020. The present time is now 11:20 a.m. And I spent a bit of time this morning doing the yard work. Weeds were starting to show flowers, and the grass was looking a little long. It feels like I just did it yesterday, but I guess it needs it. We had a whole bunch of rain, and yeah, I guess it's been pleasant enough that St. Augustine grass grows. So do that. Feeling pretty good today. Um, I took my shower, and I after I got out of the shower, I realized the reason why I'm feeling more upbeat. It's probably to do with relationships, and I said at the time I was thinking at the time. I thought, it's not that it's like a romantic relationship, but it's just being able to reframe relationships and end up at a place where you win-wins as opposed to letting myself get all used up, I suppose. Anywho, continuing, feeling pretty good. I started prancing around the house naked, and then I was over here. Then as I was going back towards my room for something, I look out the window and there's my mother. She's like picking vegetables, and I have the blinds drawn so that you could see in if you're trying really hard, I guess. So I panicked. Okay, gotta get dressed. Go say hi to them a bit. My folks. So there we go. That was my morning, and now I'm here. Cool it down. Yes. Yeah. A stone's throw away. Very close. Which is, of course, hugely beneficial if you want anything. It means that we can share a lot of supplies. I don't feel too bad about, like right now I'm borrowing my mother's card, but I don't feel too bad about it because it's not like I have to drive halfway across town in order to return it to her. She doesn't, it's not far out of the way. Proximity is kind of a big deal. Do I have Instagram? I have a website. Did you know I have a website? Probably not. But yeah, I have a site. It lists almost all of my channels. I'll give you a thumbs up if you can guess what my website might be. Guess the URL. But your question about Instagram, I mean, hold on. What'd you know? Yes. Anywho, today, cool it down. That's awesome. That's splendid news. That's what you were targeting, and hey, you got it. Got something. Congratulations. Rock on. Okay, so today, what the? Oh, everything's okay. So today being Thursday, usually I like to take Thursday to just clean up around the place. But it's pretty clean. It's not too dirty, so I'm not gonna spend my time cleaning up. Not right now. Instead, I'll be right back. I had a package come in today. Actually, got here last night. Comes from Vornado. They sent this thing priority mail today. Didn't have to do that. Didn't expect this enclosure, but it's great. Very thoughtful. All right. I was gonna make a joke about not quitting my day job to become a fan assembler. Why would you say I'm immature? Question mark. How you doing? Holy shit. Whoa. Yeah, okay. Cool. That's awesome. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I still have a couple of things to hand off to you. That's terrific. Tell them hi for me, and enjoy your time up there. Yeah. Yeah, I heard her. Wonderful, man. Yeah, again. Enjoy your time up there. It's great. All right, see you back down here. Bye bye. Afraid not. No, not in Kanukistan. Nothing against Kanukistan, but no. Try again. You know what? This is actually not a home phone. This is a cell phone. It's a maybe you recognize it? This one's a little fucked up, as you can see. Can we toss a shirt on, or does it have to be this awkward? Sorry, what's awkward? I'm trying to show you a phone. Focus on the phone. Don't look at. 31 this year. Well, thank you, thank you. It's a very kind thing of you to do. Hey, right back at you. Be well. Enjoy your day. I think so. That sounds vaguely familiar. Ah, indeed. I hope he lived a good life. Did I read about it? No, I haven't read about this. Let's see. As I come across my crazy number of notifications, um, no. And I don't think I've consumed my feeds today. Yeah, I don't think I have. A favorite Magnum around? And AI, being a millionaire absolutely, well, probably does something for your happiness, at least your stress levels. But I mean, like, happy, yeah. In fact, there's an interesting thing I'll share with you later after I've read it. Haven't touched it yet. As for Magnum round, does 357 sig count? I don't know if it counts. But it's an interesting round. I mean, it's nothing. It's fairly pedestrian, I guess. Don't have a lot of experience with Magnum rounds. Right, cool it down. It's about the FU money. Like if you got a million sitting in the bank, you can say fuck you to pretty much anything. You can always walk the fuck away. But you can do that with next to nothing too. So it's not really all that. Like how much money does one really need? Oh, okay, okay. All right. Silver low. Silver low. You were going for bolt guns. Okay, sure, sure. I guess AR kind of led to bolt guns. Makes sense. 357 SIG is kind of interesting because based off of what I've read, its ballistic performance was meant to match the 357 Magnum. But again, I don't have too much experience with Magnum rounds. I wish I had more experience. It'd be cool to say like, yeah, 44 Magnum. Wait, again, handguns. Or the nitro. You know what I'm talking about, right? Nitro. Hirosama? Same old. You? Cool it down. I mean, if you don't have that security and you're living paycheck to paycheck, it's definitely hard to say F you. It is. It is, but you can still say it. You might not be able to get away with it as much. Like, I personally don't mind saying fuck you, pay me to people. Like, I don't like that I have to do it. I wish everybody just fucking got it. Or, even better yet, if money wasn't this thing, if we were past all that. But we aren't. So until then, those that need to hear it will get fuck you, pay me. I know you're not saying that. I know. I understand. I understand. There's a difference. There's quite a difference. But generally, that's it. Like the underlying message here is, well, you know, you have the ability to say "fuck you" whenever you want. Like, yeah, it could be you're working a shitty job, paycheck to paycheck, but at least in this climate, at the very moment, it's really easy to say "fuck you." They're talking about a second round of stimulus too. Well, stimulus, I guess it's not truly stimulus, is it? Bailout money. Wow. Wow. You could do that. Can't encourage this behavior. I remember when the first round went out, I was in an auto parts store just down the street. And the guys working there, I overheard them talking. They're like, yeah, I'm gonna go buy a gun, one of them said. That's stimulus. Working the job, it's a little windfall. Hey, there you go. Do what you want with it. I've gotten this message the past couple of days saying to me that during this period of time, I should only buy what I need. So I find myself thinking a bit on what is it that I need at this point. Is it saying to me that I should buy better quality food instead of eating fast food on the regular? Ah, to my Thai friend who's watching on Periscope, thank you. Trent, some great question. Great fucking question. You want to see something else? Cool it down. New mattress. That's great. That's great. And Trent, some thank you. Yeah, it's a good little space. My play space. Play slash work. Whatever work is. What is work? Why does anybody work? Just kidding. I might have to go look for jobs. Might have to. We'll see. And thank you for the follow. There's an article I want to read. Something that came up on my feed. Okay. I'm gonna read it. This one was published in Time. Title: Asian Americans are still caught in the trap of the model minority stereotype, and it creates inequality for all. Subtitle: Asian Americans have embraced a country that passed a law to keep them out. The real American dream would unite all of us in justice and economic equality. Written by Viet Thanh Nguyen. Says that Viet Thanh Nguyen was born in Vietnam and raised in America. His novel, The Sympathizer, won the 2016 Pulitzer Prize for Fiction, as well as 5 other awards. Begins. The face of To Tao haunts me. The Hmong American police officer stood with his back turned to Derek Chauvin, his partner, as Chauvin knelt on George Floyd's neck for 8 minutes and 46 seconds and murdered him. In the video that I saw, To Tao is in the foreground and Chauvin is partly visible in the background, George Floyd's head pressed to the ground. Bystanders begged To Tao to do something because George Floyd was not moving, and as he himself said, he could not breathe. The face of To Tao is like mine, and not like mine, although the face of George Floyd is like mine, and not like mine too. Racism makes us focus on the differences in our faces rather than our similarities. And in the alchemical experiment of the US, racial difference mixes with labor exploitation to produce an explosive mix of profit and atrocity. In response to endemic American racism, those of us who have been racially stigmatized cohere around our racial difference. We take what white people hate about us, and we convert stigmata into pride, community, and power. So it is that To Tao and I are Asian Americans, because we are both Asian, which is better than being an Oriental or a Gook. If being an Oriental gets us mocked and being a Gook can get us killed, being an Asian American might save us. Our strength in numbers, in solidarity across our many differences of language, ethnicity, culture, religion, national ancestry, and more is the basis of being Asian American. But in another reality, To Tao is Hmong, and I am Vietnamese. He was a police officer, and I am a professor. Does our being Asian bring us together across these ethnic and class divides? Does our being Southeast Asian, both our communities brought here by an American war in our countries, mean we see the world in the same way? Did To Tao experience the anti-Asian racism that makes us all Asian, whether we want to be or not? Let me go back in time to a time being repeated today. Even if I no longer remember how old I was when I saw these words, I have never forgotten them. Another American driven out of business by the Vietnamese. Perhaps I was 12 or 13. It was the early 1980s, and someone had written them on a sign in a store window not far from my parents' store. The sign confused me. For a while I had been born in Vietnam, I had grown up in Pennsylvania and California, and had absorbed all kinds of Americana. The Mayflower and the Pilgrims, cowboys and Indians, Audie Murphy and John Wayne, George Washington and Betsy Ross, the Pledge of Allegiance, the Declaration of Independence, the guarantee of life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, all the fantasy and folklore of the American dream. Part of that dream was being against communism and for capitalism, which suited my parents perfectly. They had been born poor to rural families, and without much formal schooling, and using only their ingenuity and hard work, had become successful merchants. They fled communist Vietnam in 1975, after losing all of their property and most of their fortune. What they carried with them, including some gold and money sewn into the hems of their clothes, they used to buy a house next to the freeway in San Jose, and to open the second Vietnamese grocery store there in 1978. In a burst of optimism and nostalgia, they named their store the New Saigon. I am now older than my parents were when they had to begin their lives anew in this country, with only a little English. What they did looms in my memory as a nearly unimaginable feat. In the age of coronavirus, I am uncertain how to sew a mask and worry about shopping for groceries. Survivors of war, my parents fought to live again as aliens in a strange land, learning to read mortgage documents in another language, enrolling my brother and me in school, taking driver's license examinations. But there was no manual telling them how to buy a store that was not advertised as for sale. They called strangers and navigated bureaucracy in order to find the owners and persuade them to sell, all while suffering from the trauma of having lost their country and leaving almost all their relatives behind. By the time my parents bought the store, my mother's mother had died in Vietnam. The news nearly broke her. Somehow, the person who wrote this sign saw people like my mother and my father as less than human, as an enemy. This is why I'm not surprised by the rising tide of anti-Asian racism in this country. Sickened, yes, to hear of a woman splashed with acid on her doorstep. A man and his son slashed by a knife-wielding assailant at a Sam's Club. Numerous people being called the Chinese virus or the Chink virus, or told to go to China, even if they're not of Chinese descent. People being spat on for being Asian. People afraid to leave their homes, not only because of the pandemic, but also out of fear of being verbally or physically assaulted, or just looked at askance. Cataloging these incidents, the poet and essayist Kathy Park Hong wrote, "We don't have coronavirus. We are coronavirus." Looking back, I can remember the low-level racism of my youth, the stupid jokes told by my Catholic school classmates, like, "Is your last name Nam?" and "Did you carry an AK-47 in the war?" as well as more obscene ones. I wonder, did Tou Tao hear these kinds of jokes in Minnesota? What did he think of Fong Li? Hmong, American, 19 years old, shot 8 times, 4 in the back, by Minneapolis police officer Jason Anderson in 2006. Anderson was acquitted by an all-white jury. Confronted with anti-Asian racism from white people, the Hmong who came to the US as refugees in the 1970s and 1980s were often resettled in diverse urban areas, some in dominantly black communities, where they also confronted racism. Stories abounded within our community of battery, robberies, and intimidations by our black neighbors, Ya Vu wrote recently. Hmong people live side by side with their African American neighbors in poorer sections of town, with generations of misunderstanding and stereotypes still strongly entrenched on both sides. Yet, when Fong Li was killed, black activists rallied to his cause. They were the loudest voices for us. Li's sister, Shoa, said, "They didn't ask to show up. They just showed up." Unlike the engineers and doctors who mostly came from Hong Kong, Taiwan, China, and India, the model minority in the American imagination, many Hmong refugees arrived from a rural life in Laos, devastated by war. Traumatized, they were resettled into the midst of poverty and a complicated history of racial oppression of which they had little awareness. Even the Hmong who condemn Tou Tao and argue for solidarity with Black Lives Matter insist that they should not be seen through the lens of the model minority experience, should not be subject to liberal Asian American guilt and hand-wringing over Tou Tao as a symbol of complicity. Christian minister Ashley Galzong Bauer of Hmong descent writes, "We've had to share in the collective shame of the model minority. But when have Asian Americans shared in the pain and suffering of the Hmong refugee narrative and threats of deportation?" Like the Hmong, the Vietnamese, like myself, suffered from war, and some are threatened by deportation now. Unlike many of the Hmong, a good number of Vietnamese refugees became, deliberately or otherwise, a part of the model minority, including myself. The low-level racism I experienced happened in elite environments. By the time I entered my mostly white, exclusive private high school, The message was clear to me and the few of us who were of Asian descent. Most of us gathered every day in a corner of the campus and called ourselves, with a laugh or maybe a wince, the Asian invasion. But if that was a joke we made at our own expense, it was also a prophecy. For when I returned to campus a couple of years ago to give a lecture on race to the assembled student body, some 1,600 young men, I realized that if we had not quite taken over, there were many more of us almost 30 years later. No longer the threat of the Asian invasion, we were. No longer the threat of the Asian invasion, we were, instead, the model minority, the desirable classmate, the favored neighbor, the non-threatening kind of person of color. Or were we? A couple of Asian American students talked to me afterward and said they still felt it. The vibe. The feeling of being foreign, especially if they were or were perceived to be Muslim or brown or Middle Eastern. The vibe. Racism is not just the physical assault. I've never been physically assaulted because of my appearance, but I had been assaulted by the racism of the airwaves, the ching-chong jokes of radio shock jocks, the villainous or comical japs and chinks and gooks of American war movies and comedies. Like many Asian Americans, I learned to feel a sense of shame over the things that supposedly made us foreign. Our food, our language, our haircuts, our fashion, our smell, our parents. What made these sentiments worse, Hong argues, was that we told ourselves these were minor feelings. How could we have anything valid to feel or say about race when we, as a model minority, were supposedly accepted by American society? At the same time, anti-Asian sentiment remained a reservoir of major feeling from which Americans could always draw in a time of crisis. Asian Americans still do not wield enough political power or have enough cultural presence to make many of our fellow Americans hesitate in deploying a racist idea. Our unimportance and our historical status as the perpetual foreigner in the US is one reason the president and many others feel they can call COVID-19 the Chinese virus or the Kung flu. The basis of anti-Asian racism is that Asians belong in Asia, no matter how many generations we've actually lived in non-Asian countries, or what we might have done to prove our belonging to non-Asian countries if we were not born there. Pointing the finger at Asians in Asia or Asians in non-Asian countries has been a tried and true method of racism for a long time. In the US, it dates from the 19th century. It was then that the US imported thousands of Chinese workers to build the Transcontinental Railroad. When their usefulness was over, American politicians, journalists, and business leaders demonized them racially to appease white workers who felt threatened by Chinese competition. The result was white mobs lynching Chinese migrants, driving them en masse out of towns, and burning down Chinatowns. The climax of anti-Chinese feeling was the passage of the 1882 Chinese Exclusion Act, the first racially discriminatory immigration law in American history, which would turn Chinese entering the US into the nation's first illegal immigrant population. The Immigration and Naturalization Service was created, policing Chinese immigration and identifying Chinese who had come into the US as paper sons, who claimed a fictive relation to the Chinese who had already managed to come into the country. As the political scientist Janelle Wong tells me, while European immigrants were confronted with widespread hostility, they never faced the kind of legal racial restrictions on immigration and naturalization that Asian Americans experienced. American history has been marked by the cycle of big businesses relying on cheap Asian labor, which threatened the white working class, whose fears were stoked by race-baiting politicians and media, leading to catastrophic events like the Chinese Exclusion Act and the internment of Japanese Americans in 1942. The person who wrote that sign I remember seeing as a child, blaming the Vietnamese for destroying American businesses, was simply telling a story about the yellow peril that was always available for fearful Americans. The reality was that downtown San Jose in the 1970s and 1980s was shabby, a rundown place where almost no one wanted to open new businesses, except for Vietnamese refugees. Today, Americans rely on China and other Asian countries for cheap commodities that help Americans live the American dream, then turn around and blame the Chinese for the loss of American jobs or the rise of American vulnerability to economic competition. It is easier to blame a foreign country or a minority, or even politicians who negotiate trade agreements, than to identify the real power: corporations and economic elites who shift jobs, maximize profit at the expense of workers, and care nothing for working Americans. To acknowledge this reality is far too disturbing for many Americans, who resort to blaming Asians as a simpler answer. Asian Americans have not forgotten this anti-Asian history, and yet many have hoped that it was behind them. The slur of the Chinese virus has revealed how fragile our acceptance and inclusion was. In the face of renewed attacks on our American belonging, the former presidential candidate Andrew Yang offered this solution. We Asian Americans need to embrace and show our Americanness in ways we never have before. We should show without a shadow of a doubt that we are Americans who will do our part for our country in this time of need. Many Asian Americans took offense at his call, which seemed to apologize for our Asian American existence. Yang's critics pointed out that Asian Americans have literally wrapped themselves in the American flag in times of anti-Asian crisis, have donated to white neighbors and fellow citizens in emergencies, and died for this country fighting in its wars. Is there anything more American than joining the police? Did Tou Tao think he was proving his belonging by becoming a cop? None of these efforts have prevented the stubborn persistence of anti-Asian racism. Calling for more sacrifices simply reiterates the sense that Asian Americans are not American and must constantly prove an Americanness that should not need to be proven. Japanese Americans had to prove their Americanness during World War II by fighting against Germans and Japanese while their families were incarcerated. But German and Italian Americans never had to prove their Americanness to the same extent. German and Italian Americans were selectively imprisoned for suspected or actual disloyalty, while Japanese Americans were incarcerated en masse, their race marking them as un-American. Asian Americans are caught between the perception that we are inevitably foreign and the temptation that we can be allied with white people in a country built on white supremacy. As a result, anti-black and anti-brown, anti-native racism runs deep in Asian American communities. Immigrants and refugees, including Asian ones, know that we usually have to start low on the ladder of American success. But no matter how low down we are, we know that America allows us to stand on the shoulders of black, brown, and native people. Throughout Asian American history, Asian immigrants and their descendants have been offered the opportunity by both black and white people to choose sides in the black-white racial divide. And we have far too often chosen the white side. Asian Americans, while actively critical of anti-Asian racism, have not always stood up against anti-black racism. Frequently, we have gone along with the status quo and affiliated with white people. And yet, there have been vocal Asian Americans who have called for solidarity with black people and other people of color. From the activist Yuri Kochiyama, who cradled the dying Malcolm X, to the activist Grace Lee Boggs, who settled in Detroit and engaged in serious radical organizing and theorizing with her black husband, James Boggs. Kochiyama and Lee Boggs were far from the only Asian Americans who argued that Asian Americans should not stand alone or stand only for themselves. The very term Asian American, coined in the 1960s by Yuji Ichioka and Emma G., and adopted by college student activists, was brought to national consciousness by a movement that was about more than just defending Asian Americans against racism and promoting an Asian American identity. Asian American activists saw their movement as also being anti-war, anti-imperialism, and anti-capitalism. Taking inspiration from the 1955 Bandung Conference, a gathering of non-aligned African and Asian nations, and from Mao, they located themselves in an international struggle against colonialism with other colonized peoples. Mao also inspired radical African Americans, and the late 1960s in the US was a moment when radical activists of all backgrounds saw themselves as part of a third world movement that linked the uprisings of racial minorities with a global rebellion against capitalism, racism, colonialism, and war. The legacy of the Third World and Asian American movements continues today among Asian American activists and scholars, who have long argued that Asian Americans, because of their history of experiencing racism and labor exploitation, offer a radical potential for contesting the worst aspects of American society. But the more than 22 million Asian Americans, over 6% of the American population, have many different national and ethnic origins and ancestries in times of immigration or settlement. As a result, we often have divergent political viewpoints. Today's Asian Americans are being offered two paths: the radical future imagined by the Asian American movement, and the consumer model symbolized by drinking boba tea and listening to K-pop. While Asian Americans increasingly trend democratic, we are far from all being radical. What usually unifies Asian Americans and enrages us is anti-Asian racism and murder, beginning with the anti-Chinese violence and virulence of the 19th century and continuing through incidents like a white gunman killing 5 Vietnamese and Cambodian refugee children in a Stockton, California school in 1989. Another white gunman killing 6 members of a Sikh Gurdwara in Wisconsin in 2012. The murder of Vincent Chin, killed in 1982 by white Detroit auto workers who mistook him for Japanese, remains a rallying cry, as do the Los Angeles riots, or uprisings, of 1992, when much of Koreatown was burned down by mostly black and brown looters while the LAPD watched. Korean American merchants suffered about half of the economic damage. 2 Asian Americans were killed in the violence. All of this is cause for mourning, remembrance, and outrage. But so is something else. The 61 other people who died were not Asian, and the majority of them were black or brown. Most of the more than 12,000 people who were arrested were also black or brown. In short, Korean Americans suffered economic losses as well as emotional and psychic damage that would continue for years afterward. But they had property to lose, and they did not pay the price of their tenuous Americanness through the same loss of life or liberty as experienced by their black and brown customers and neighbors. Many Korean Americans were angry because they felt the city's law enforcement and political leadership had sacrificed them by preventing the unrest from reaching the whiter parts of the city, making Korean Americans bear the brunt of the long simmering rage of black and brown Angelenos over poverty, segregation, and abusive police treatment. In the aftermath, Koreatown was rebuilt, although not all of the shopkeepers recovered their livelihoods. Some of the money that rebuilt Koreatown came, ironically, from South Korea, which had enjoyed a decades-long transformation into an economic powerhouse. South Korean capital and eventually South Korean pop culture, especially cinema and K-pop, became cooler and more fashionable than the Korean immigrants who had left South Korea for the American dream. Even if economic struggle still defined a good deal of Korean immigrant life, it was overshadowed by the overall American perception of Asian American success and by the new factor of Asian capital and competition. This is what it means to be a model minority, to be invisible in most circumstances because we are doing what we are supposed to be doing, like my parents, until we become hyper-visible because we are doing what we do too well, like the Korean shopkeepers. Then the model minority becomes the Asian invasion, and the Asian American model minority, which had served to prove the success of capitalism, bears the blame when capitalism fails. Not to say that we bear the brunt of capitalism. Situated in the middle of America's fraught racial relations, we receive, on the whole, more benefits from American capitalism than Black, brown, or indigenous peoples, even if many of us also experience poverty and marginalization. While some of us do die from police abuse, it does not happen on the same scale as that directed against Black, brown, or indigenous peoples. While we do experience segregation and racism and hostility, we are also more likely to live in integrated neighborhoods than Black or indigenous people. To the extent that we experience advantage because of our race, we are also complicit in holding up a system that disadvantages Black, brown, and indigenous people because of their race. Given our tenuous place in American society, no wonder so many Asian Americans might want to prove their Americanness, or to dream of acceptance by a white-dominated society, or condemn Total as not one of us. But when Asian Americans speak of their vast collective, with origins from West to East to West Asia and South to Southeast Asia, who is the we that we use? The elite multiculturalism of colored faces in high places is a genteel politics of representation that focuses on assimilation. So long excluded from American life, marked as inassimilable aliens and perpetual foreigners, asked where we come from and complimented on our English, Asian immigrants and their descendants have sought passionately to make this country our own. But from the perspective of many Black, brown, and indigenous people, this country was built on their enslavement, their dispossession, their erasure, their forced migration, their imprisonment, their segregation, their abuse, their exploited labor, and their colonization. For many, if not all Black, brown, and indigenous people, the American dream is a farce as much as a tragedy. Multiculturalism may make us feel good, but it will not save the American dream. Reparations, economic redistribution, and defunding or abolishing the police might. If Hmong experiences fit more closely with the failure of the American dream, what does it mean for some Asian Americans to still want their piece of it? If we claim America, then we must claim all of America, its hope and its hypocrisy, its profit and its pain, its liberty and its losses, its imperfect union and its ongoing segregation. To be Asian American is therefore paradoxical, for being Asian American is both necessary and insufficient. Being an Asian American is necessary, the name and identity giving us something to organize around, allowing us to have more than minor feelings. I vividly remember becoming an Asian American in my sophomore year, when I transferred to UC Berkeley, stepped foot on the campus, and was immediately struck by intellectual and political lightning. Through my Asian American Studies courses and my fellow student activists of the Asian American Political Alliance, I was no longer a faceless part of an Asian invasion. I was an Asian American. I had a face, a voice, a name, a movement, a history, a consciousness, a rage. That rage is a major feeling, compelling me to refuse a submissive politics of apology, which an uncritical acceptance of the American dream demands. But the rage that is at the heart of the Asian American movement, a righteous rage. A wrath for justice, acknowledgement, redemption, has not been able to overcome the transformation of the movement into a diluted, if empowering, identity. In its most diluted form, Asian American identity is also open to anti-Black racism, the acceptance of colonization, and the fueling of America's perpetual motion war machine, which Americans from across the Democratic and Republican parties accept as a part of the U.S. My presence here in this country, and that of my parents, and a majority of Vietnamese and Hmong, is due to the so-called Vietnam War in Southeast Asia that the U.S. helped to wage. The war in Laos was called the Secret War because the CIA conducted it and kept it secret from the American people. In Laos, the Hmong were a stateless minority without a country to call their own, and CIA advisors promised the Hmong that if they fought along with them, the US would take care of the Hmong in both victory and defeat, perhaps even helping them gain their own homeland. About 58,000 Hmong who fought with the Americans lost their lives, fighting communists and rescuing downed American pilots flying secret bombing missions over Laos. When the war ended, the CIA abandoned most of its Hmong allies, taking only a small number out of the country to Thailand. The ones who remained behind suffered persecution at the hands of their communist enemies. This is why Total's face haunts me. Not just because we may look alike in some superficial way as Asian Americans, but because he and I are here because of this American history of war. The war was a tragedy for us, as it was for the Black Americans who were sent to guarantee liberties in Southeast Asia, which they had not found in Southwest Georgia and East Harlem, as Martin Luther King Jr. argued passionately in his 1967 speech, Beyond Vietnam. In this radical speech, he condemns not just racism, but capitalism, militarism, American imperialism, and the American war machine, the greatest purveyor of violence in the world today. In another speech, he demands that we question our whole society, which means ultimately coming to see that the problem of racism, the problem of economic exploitation, and the problem of war are all tied together. Little has changed. The US is still a country built on war and for war. This is why Vietnam, meaning the Vietnam War, continues to haunt this country, stuck in a forever war. And this is why Total's face haunts me. It is the face of someone who shares some of my history and has done the thing I feared to do when faced with injustice. Nothing. Addressing Total, the poet Mai Der Vang, also Hmong, wrote in her poem In the Year of Permutations, "Go live with yourself after what you didn't do." Tal was complicit in adding to the perpetration of power on a neck, never truly to be accepted, always a pawn. While the life of a Hmong American police officer descended from refugees is different from that of a stereotypical model minority Chinese American engineer or a Vietnamese American writer like me, the moral choices remain the same: solidarity or complicity. Rise against abusive power or stand with our back turned to the abuse of power. If we as Asian Americans choose the latter, we are indeed the model minority, and we deserve both its privileges and its perils. Our challenge is to be both Asian American and to imagine a world beyond it, one in which being Asian American isn't necessary. This is not a problem of assimilation or multiculturalism. This is a contradiction, inherited from the fundamental contradiction that ties the American body politic together, its aspiration toward equality for all, bound with its need to exploit the land and racially marked people, beginning from the very origins of American society and its conquest of indigenous nations and importation of African slaves. The US is an example of a successful project of colonization, only we do not call colonization by that name here. Instead, we call successful colonization the American dream. This is why, as Mai Der Vang says, the American dream will not save us. Asian Americans should not exist in a land where everyone is equal, but because of racism's persistence and capitalism's need for cheap, racialized labor, Asian Americans do indeed exist. The end of Asian Americans only happens with the end of racism and capitalism. Faced with this problem, Asian Americans can be a model of apology, trying to prove an Americanness that cannot be proved. Or we can be a model of justice and demand greater economic and social equality for us and for all Americans. If we are dissatisfied with our country's failures and limitations, revealed to us in stark clarity during the time of coronavirus, then now is our time to change our country for the better. If you think America's in trouble, blame shareholders, not immigrants. Look at CEOs, not foreigners. Resent corporations, not minorities. Yell at politicians of both parties, not the weak, who have little in the way of power or wealth to share. Many Americans of all backgrounds understand this better now than they did in 1992. Then, angry protesters burned down Koreatown. Now, they peacefully surround the White House. Demanding that the powerful and the wealthy share their power and their wealth is what will make America great. Until then, race will continue to divide us. To locate Total in the middle of a black Hmong divide, or black Asian divide, as if race were the only problem and the only answer, obscures a fatal statistic. The national poverty rate was 15.1% in 2015, while the rate for African Americans was about 24.1%, and for Hmong Americans, 28.3%. The problem is race and class and war. A country almost always at war overseas that then pits its poor of all races and its exploited minorities against each other in a domestic war over scarce resources. So long as this crossbred system of white supremacy and capitalist exploitation remains in place, there will always be someone who will write that sign. Another American driven out of business by fill in the blank. Because racism always offers the temptation to blame the weak rather than the powerful. The people who write these signs are engaging in the most dangerous kind of identity politics, the nationalist American kind, which, from the origins of this country, has been white and propertied. The police were created to defend the white, the propertied, and their allies, and continue to do so. Black people know this all too well. Many descended from people who were property. My parents, as newcomers to America, learned this lesson most intimately. When they opened the new Saigon, they told me not to call the police if there was trouble. In Vietnam, the police were not to be trusted. The police were corrupt. But a few years later, when an armed white gunman burst into our house and pointed a gun in all our faces, and after my mother dashed by him and into the street and saved our lives, I called the police. The police officers who came were white and Latino. They were gentle and respectful with us. We owned property. We were the victims. And yet our status as people with property, as refugees fulfilling the American dream, as good neighbors for white people, is always fragile, so long as that sign can always be hung. But the people who would hang that sign misunderstand a basic fact of American life. America is built on the business of driving other businesses out of business. This is the life cycle of capitalism, one in which an Asian American dream that is multicultural, trans-Pacific, and corporate fits perfectly well. My parents, natural capitalists, succeeded at this life cycle until they, in turn, were driven out of business. The city of San Jose, which had neglected downtown when my parents arrived, changed its approach with the rise of Silicon Valley. Realizing that downtown should reflect the image of a modern tech metropolis, the city used eminent domain to force my parents to sell their store. Across from where the new Saigon once stood now looms the brand new City Hall, which was supposed to face a brand new Symphony Hall. I love the idea that a symphony could have sprung from the refugee roots of the new Saigon, where my parents shed not only sweat, but blood, having once been shot there on Christmas Eve. But for many years, all that stood on my parents' property was a dismal parking lot. Eventually, the city sold the property for many millions of dollars. Now a tower of expensive condominiums is being built on the site of my parents' struggle for the American dream. The symphony was never heard. This, too, is America. So is this, the mother of Fong Li, Yoa Vong Li, marching with Hmong for Black Lives on the Minnesota state capitol in the wake of George Floyd's killing. I have to be there, she said. She spoke in Hmong. But her feelings could be understood without translation. The same happened to my son. Catching up on chat. Oh yeah, Jovial, no problem. I saw it. I read it a bit this morning. I don't know that I finished it. I don't think I did. And I figured, well, why not read something? Started going through it, and I thought, yeah, this is well written. This is somebody who gets it. And as luck would have it, looking at Instagram, my sister actually shared some excerpts from this one too, and she shared it to the family thread. Thank you. It's a grand old flag. High flying flag. I'm gonna go get some water. Nevermore 8. It was a good article. It's a good piece. Trent, I'm with Cool It Down. And I hear you. Or I read you. There's a lot of division. Shit's pretty fucking complicated. However, playing Oppression Olympics, it doesn't work. I used to spend some time, quite a bit of time, reading some. You're aware of the red pill? Surely. Yeah. I used to spend quite a bit of time reading TRP stuff, PUA stuff, TRP stuff. It was quite fascinating. From there, some guys got together and they made this sub community. And I guess now I'm here. Within TRP, I came across some stuff that was very clearly written with a racial agenda. And it's weird. It's like, why is that even there? Spent some time checking out Coontown. Don't know if you're familiar with that one, but it's also a banned sub. Trent Sum. I'm for people writing good poems. If it means more people get it, that's good. This is a democracy after all, right? Luck, I guess I'm lucky. I'm lucky today. My stream hasn't been pulled from YouTube. It's unusual. As for what you missed, shoot. When did we get started on this? Let me see. Hey, Stray Cat. Trent Sum. As somebody who's been baptized, the only answer is yes. But there's a big but there. Why was YouTube pulling my shit down? Probably because somebody kept reporting me. Probably. You know, I've got some people that see what I'm doing and they love parts of it. I have other people that see what I'm doing and they hate it. And then most people don't give a shit. It's life. So I just figure it's a bit of suppression. You know? But it doesn't matter, I've got channels all over the fucking place. Lose one, pop up somewhere else tomorrow. Cool it down. It's so... What I gather, appearing like I am right now, this is kind of risky. Like, I'm not doing anything sexual, but I'm showing some skin. So risky. It's been going on since this whole COVID-19 mess really kicked off. They're relying increasingly on automation. It's a very googly way of doing things. And again, if I lose my YouTube channel, it's okay. Still have a website. I've got other channels. I can just spin up a new YouTube channel. Plus, it's not like I say or do shit that would get me pulled from the platform. I'm pretty careful. I know the rules. Sometimes I break them, sure. You too, right? It's got nothing to do with the firearms. There's some platforms I broadcast to where I can't show firearms, so they miss out on seeing this wonderful still life. Tragic. Fuck yeah. Guns and butter. Stray Cat, you'd be surprised. There's some business owners here that uh, they don't own firearms, but maybe they think about it. In case you couldn't tell, I'm pro gun. Then again, if nobody had guns, maybe I wouldn't have a gun. You know? Just one of those things. Like, if everybody's out there fighting with knives and swords, alright, I'll fight with a knife and a sword, I guess. But if everybody else has a gun and all you've got is a pen, I hope you write really, really well. Jovial. Sorry if I missed you. Peace. Just scrolling. Pull it down. The pink pistols, that sounds great. That sounds like a really good cause. I'm sure they get a lot of flack. You know, from the folks that are like, hey, Oh, like Trent Sum was talking about the kumbaya circles earlier. Trent Sum, an anarchist, would agree that taxation is equivalent to theft. Sure. With the way things are now, for property though, but also recognizing that more is not always more. I think he's gonna win. I don't know. Driving back home this morning, I was listening to the radio as I do. They were talking about campaign finances, the war chest. Trump campaign staff were pretty excited to share their numbers. Biden beat Trump on campaign contributions. That's the latest, I guess. The Jeremiads. Trent Sum. The tragedy of the commons is real. When the COVID-19 shit started off, and the guidance was wash your hands with soap, keep your distance from other people, I couldn't help but think back to my time in business school. How often I'd see business students coming out, like finishing up with their business in the men's room, but failing to wash their hands. And I thought, I don't want to shake hands with any of these fuckers. That's fucking despicable. Like, if you can't wash your fucking hands after you take a shit, maybe you just stay at home. Like, don't go out into society with the rest of us, you know? So, given that people are being brought up, even within stable family units, and they can't adhere to these simple rules, yeah, you're gonna need taxes in order to keep everything from falling apart. At least the way things are. But maybe one day when people get it, and we won't need these things. Maybe. Till then, death and taxes. I take my cell phone to the bathroom and use it, but I wash my hands. You're always gonna have people that just don't do the right thing. In this case, yeah, there's room for shaming. Excuse me, unable to purchase a firearm made after 2010? What? Really? I don't think that's true. You can't get Gen 4, Gen 5 Glocks? Really? What? That's because there isn't a print on the firing pin to trace the shell. So if all right, that's why did Glock get rid of that? And I'm not sure about that. I've got a Gen 4. I don't know all the specifics. That seems a little weird. Anyways, when voting for president to have authority over your friends, family, and neighbors, does that vote for authority go against your principles? Well, as we exist in this system, I'm gonna do my part and vote. Maybe if enough people decide to hell with the system, then okay, the system will change. Until then, at best, you hope for change from inside of the system. Growing consciousness of problems within the system. But I recognize there are a whole lot of different forces at play. Always have been, always will be. Makes it hard for us collectively to have nice things. Are you familiar with Metal Gear Solid? Peace Walker, Phantom Pain? Anyways, in Metal Gear Solid, I think it was in Peace Walker. Maybe a little before it. Snake has this base. It's, I think, an old oil rig. Mother base. Have I heard of Microsoft Edge? Of course I have. Yeah, I saw they updated it. I haven't tried it. You like it? Oh, you can trust the authorities. They're great. Very helpful. Transom. Yeah, I recognize that. But until then, what should I do? Not exercise my right to vote? How does that help anything right now? I could say, fuck being an American citizen, but it costs money to do that. Apparently. Why are you encouraging me not to vote? And yeah, look, people said that when Trump, yeah, 4 years ago, people were talking about the same thing, saying like, "Yeah, if Trump wins, I'm gonna move to Canada." I guess some people moved to Canada. I know it's a little late, Ultima JW, but I think it's good. We have the technology. Why not? Think RoboCop. Yeah, but Trentsum, you also recognize by refusing to vote, then the people who stand to benefit most from the system as it currently exists get their way. Of course, you know this. I just find it very strange that you discourage me from voting. I would encourage more people go vote. So long as we have a democracy, exercise your right to vote, but be informed about it. Going straight down party lines, probably not the right move. Take an interest in what's going on locally. Arlo, how's it going? Nevermore. Okay, cool it down. Be well. Thanks for hanging out. Remain legitimate so long as it serves those who want to be in power. Hmm. Thank you. Thank you for your lurk. I appreciate that. Arlo, um, I feel pretty good today. Towards the tail end of yesterday's stream, I got a massive raid. It was really exciting. I never had one that big. And it was wonderful. It was just out of the blue. And as much as I thought that, as much as I figured that the numbers didn't really matter, and I was pretty unaffected by it. Like, yeah, they kind of matter. They kind of matter. I got a little nervous. I don't like. I have know nothing about the person who sent along the raid. In fact, I meant to go take a look at the tail end of their broadcast, just to see if I might catch something. Something I was doing for some time. I also intended to respond to your message, the one about setting gain levels for the mic. This audio engineering stuff, even at a really base level, it's pretty complex. There's so much to it. Very impressed. I think you've dicked around with OBS, yeah? Yeah, all right, fair. I'll kind of lay out what I've got going on so far. That way, it's a little easier. It'll help me to just keep this stuff up. I hope you feel that way about yourself, comma, too, exclamation mark. Still wondering when we're going to talk. Thanks for being Sherpy number 1. Oh, yeah, voice to text. I like dictating instead of like fucking with the touchscreen keyboard. Can't stand it. And Trent, my max bench, I have no idea. It's probably nothing. You? Oh, hooray. Oh, well, looks can be deceiving, right? Okay, looks like I got a thing to do, got these bills to pay, I'll be back in a tick. Or, well, I, I gotta do this thing. I'll throw up a be right back screen eventually. Damn, that's a crazy ratio. What a power to weight ratio. Whoa. Just looking at the numbers. And actually, I may have seen this guy. Like, I may have seen his stuff before because it's a freaky ratio. Good share. Be right back. I have returned. But I'm gonna go wash my hands. Yes. Yes, excellent. Excellent. Hmm. Cool. What will they be doing? Nice. I guess at a school then. Good friend? That's cool. Yeah, I mean, I would say that in my book, like, if there's any physical hanging out involved, I'd be like, yeah, it's a pretty good friend. I kind of live under a rock. Yeah. uh, Maintaining friendships as an adult, it's fucking weird. It's so weird. Just like thinking back to high school. Who was it? There was a thing that I saw just yesterday. It said, uh, think of your favorite actors are all theater kids, and it's like, wow. I mean, of course, well, maybe in some capacity. I don't know. Yep. For me, ideally, I think ideally you'd want to have friendships where like, yeah, you can make money together and also be friends. That's the best. Of course, money can cause issues. It being money. And I read you. I understand the nuance. You're right. Sometimes you don't want it to be about utility. It's just happen to get along well. Oh, and Rory, hey, welcome back. Oh, this is fun. I feel like I'm having fun again. It's weird. I was getting kind of bent out of shape about this whole thing. Rory, you know how I'm doing. Same old, same old. You? Got some new clothes after work today? Hey, nice. On the note of clothes, oh, I want to make a shirt. Oh, hold on. I just had to run fuck you, pay me on somebody. Feels good. I need a shirt. Yeah, it's debatable. Highly debate. Oh, okay. I tend to walk around the neighborhood shirtless. As long as the sun's out, may as well get some sun. And it depends where in Texas. Somewhere with dry heat, more central or west, probably be okay. But along the Gulf Coast, it's the only reason why you have a shirt practically is to keep the mosquitoes off of you and to avoid getting fried to a crisp. But you just don't stay outside to the point where you get fried to a crisp. And the mosquitoes, there's bug spray. In the summertime, I might just resign myself to actually putting on bug spray. Mosquitoes are a menace. Terrible, terrible things. What the hell? One at a time. Where are we? Where are we? What are we doing? Yeah, I'm gonna throw this down and then do this other thing. Dude, I was going through my whispers on Twitch. I have somebody who wrote, "Hello." I responded, "nohello.com." And now they responded again, "Hello." What the fuck am I supposed to do with people like that? Block them? Like, I'd like to think that eventually they'd take a fucking hint. But who knows? I don't like blocking people. Dude, like, I don't block anybody. Pretty much. Unless somebody really, really crosses the line. But the line's pretty fucking, like, it's so far removed, you know? Like, sometimes I get people sending me dick pics. And then my my go-to thing is just to respond to them saying, "Not cool, dude." You know, and then some of them very quickly they just ghost. They remove themselves from my presence, which is okay. Like, sure, if that's all you want to do, that's fine. And others will apologize, and you know, it's fucking that it does. Maybe what I should do is say like, "Hey, I'm available to rate your dick, but you got to pay me." You know, like then I wouldn't mind looking at your penis if you're willing to pay me to just. Would you just look at it? Like, people will send shit and then they'll expect something back. Like, hey, I sent you a nude. Send me back a nude. I don't send nudes. Send dick pic. I don't send dick pics. Exactly. Like, early on, what I was doing was taxing people that just didn't read. Like, if you didn't read, you didn't pay attention to hints, then all right, I'm gonna tax you because you're wasting my time. L2 read. Sometimes you get frustrated with it, just like, what the fuck is this? But it's all good. Yeah, silver linings. Always looking for silver linings. That's what I like about you, Harlow. You will go far. I'm still learning. Oh man. Uh uh there is much to learn. Um been trying to get some feedback from the marketplace. The question is, it's so weird. Twitter is weird. The question is, what are some words you would use to describe me? And then I wrote, you're welcome to DM me responses that you'd prefer to keep private. So, what are some words you would use to describe me? Question mark. Gotta think a little harder about marketing. Not doing a good job at all. Terrible job. Yeah, definitely room for improvement. I had somebody in India write to me saying like, "Hey, we can help optimize your site because it loads slowly. There are a lot of traffic, a lot of network requests." He showed page speed and something else. Maybe why slow? I don't know. But that's like the site doesn't make money. It just it just is. It's like there's a store on it, but I don't think I have it wired up to actually process payments yet. And it's nobody's coming to me going like, "Hey, I tried buying this thing from your site, but it wouldn't let me check out." So like, I don't really, like why bother? Well, in this case, it wasn't totally unsolicited because I know what you mean. There's so much spam. There are some really smart people out there. And it's crazy. Anyways, maybe I'll reach back around to them. Like, yeah, how much would you charge? Get a number out there. I figure that I'm only trying to hit people who have really, really good internet connections anyways. Did that segmentation or putting up walls. AI, sure, why not? Yep, I would dedicate that bit to you. What about you? Somebody did that for you, would you do it? Well, shit. 20 of them, okay. Fuck. Fuck. Alright, so it's not that bad. No, it's 3 times less hot than the hottest. It's nothing. That's a pansy pepper. Oh, wait, you're gonna send me all of them? I just need one. Or, maybe two, in case somebody else wants to try. Um, how much is it for 20? It's nothing, man. Exactly. Just break it up. Break it up after you get them. And that way you can sponsor some content. You can hit a good number of people. I don't need 20. What the fuck am I gonna do with 20? Like, I figure you try one of them once and then never again. Well, fuck, do it. 20 is $12.99 and 50 is 21. Yeah, get 1,000. Buy them all. All right. What? You you don't want to break them up? You don't think it's a good idea? Like 4 of them is $7 for just $6 more. You'll get 20. These aren't earbuds. They're They're not a consumer durable. It's a one-time thing. Yeah, so shipping, like, when you actually have these things on hand, shipping them out is cheap. You can probably just throw it into a regular envelope. Like, they can't be that thick, right? Yeah, yeah, do it. Anywho, bio break. Yes, Brittany, we are talking about peppers. AI was talking about sending some over. Apparently, the second hottest pepper in the world. Maybe a terrible idea. But then again, I've also done the, what was that one? The cinnamon challenge. Do I grow peppers? I don't really garden. I I weed. I'd like to grow some stuff, but we have peppers though. We do have peppers. My folks, they quite enjoy tending the garden, and I'm not sure you'd want to make salsa out of these. Although you could try maybe one. Oh, there you go. Yeah, that's bright. You could also grow mushrooms. A little bit of panic there. I have 99,955 American Airlines AA Advantage Award miles expiring today. Almost forgot. Dude, I just sit on it. You know, like sometimes you need it. Right now, like, what am I gonna do? Just go travel around willy nilly? But I'm gonna get it up to over 100,000. Um, Probably the easiest thing to do. No, no, not the OG in that category by far. No, I have friends that, yeah, I'm just a little guy. Not trying to become a big fish in that world. Even though the benefits are, you gotta, yeah. Churn, I'm okay. MS, can't fuck with it. Plus, it's getting exceedingly hard to do. Like they're getting so good at catching it. Dude, I tried applying for an Amex card after, you know, so I tried applying for one. Put through my application. Website comes back, says, because of your past history with us, you're not eligible for the intro offer. Are you sure you want to continue with this application? You want to submit it? We haven't run your credit yet. I said yes. And, next thing I get oh, we need to talk with you about your application. So I call them. And they say, oh, you don't actually need to talk to us yet. We don't know what's going on yet. Wait for the letter in the mail. They wanted to see my tax return. I'm gonna pull a Trump. And good. I'm glad you got started on it. Like, hey, saying this shit over and over again, at least somebody listened, you know? Yeah. The writing was on the wall. Like, there's no way that game can keep going on forever. Gotta build something real. But Harlow, I've been getting away with that forever. Now they want to see the proof, and like, shit. The thing is, the first time that they asked for all of that, I sent back the completed form, or at least I thought I did. And it turns out that I guess Mac's preview app, it botched the PDF. So, and then I was freaking out. I was freaking out so hard. AI, yes, they did. They took out quite a few people. Turns out there were some shitters. Why can't we just be nice? You know? There was quite a bit of drama. And Harlow, congratulations. It's great when everything just works out. Look into why he was banned. And then you'll start to understand. There are some mean, nasty people out there. Excellent, Harlow. I hope it keeps getting better. How do I... redeem points? Here we go. Damn, too bad I don't have 60,000 points. Maybe there's some other way I can get just a few. Gotta keep that account topped off. Kenneth. Hey. No way. I don't believe it. All right. Here's one thing I can do. Donate $1 to cancer research. Get 10 miles. Oh, no. Gotta do a $25 minimum. Hey, AI. You mentioned Recful. So, first thing that I've seen outside of your mentioning it, an announcement in Twitch Hawaii Community Meetups Discord. Maybe there's some connection with Hawaii. Maybe not. Curious. That's nice, Luck. Welcome back. And this one? It's an LG display. Brand isn't too important. Or at least that's not what I look for when I'm choosing displays. It's more about the panel. Good. IPS, good. Yeah, that one's 23.5 inches. So, same size. Nice. Yeah, so you know your stuff. Have you had any luck? Hmm. Yeah, seems like it. What else have you been doing with your time in order to keep growing your skills? Yeah, Nathan Volt, AI told me. Did you watch? Are you a consumer of the Recful broadcasts? Have you been coding? Gotcha, Nathan Volt. Yeah, I was just like vaguely aware of the fact there is such an individual, but I have no idea what he does. It's like All right. Sucks. Rest in peace. My comment when AI mentioned it was, I hope he lived a good life. And luck, that's good. Yeah, dude, portfolio. We talked about this a long time ago. I hope you put something together. It'll help. Oh my gosh. This business's name is We Fix Crack. Database work? You say database work, or like database administration? Okay. I mean, if that's what you want to do, we fix crack. They repair broken screens on phones. Um, Look, remind me again. What was your degree in? Oh, okay, okay. And the IT course that you did take recently, what was that course? Programming what? Like just general programming? Um what did you get out of it? Python and Java. Okay. Have you considered UX, UI work? Because I think that would leverage your sociology types. It'd probably leverage that a lot more than database work. Just a thought. Not web development. UI, UX. It's more design. Like DBA work is it's DBA work. um You know, yeah, like maybe like so if you look at it and you're like, you know what, that looks like a perfect job for me. I could see myself doing that happily. Then by all means, go for the DBA job. Nothing wrong with becoming a marketing analyst or an analyst of any type. Hey, Alistair Allen. Trying to be helpful. Because Luck's been talking about finding a job for a while, and I just want to get a better understanding of what Luck's looking for. As for merch, yeah, so right now on my Facebook page, like if you go to my Facebook page, you'll see, I think, two items, but you can't actually buy them yet. Are you interested? Because if you're interested, I'm ready to punch in some orders. It turns out that I'm gonna have to do it all. Like the way that I have things set up right now, I'm gonna have to do manual order entry. I bought myself a data entry job. Anyways, consider what Harlow has said. Like, that's kind of neat. No, I wouldn't apply for the DBA job unless that's really, really what I wanted. Alistair Allen, thank you. If you're in, yeah, DM me. DM me. Maybe we can whip up something new. Right now, I figured I'd start with monochrome. Black, white, a gray. Got pink tank tops though. Those are kind of cool. There are now 3 pink tank tops out in the wild, including mine. Oh, Alistair. Ah, gotcha. Noted. And yeah, pink tanks. They're kind of fetching. But do drop me a line. And thank you for your interest. I don't know if it's true that now is the best time to buy a farm. I don't know. I'm not in the market for a farm right now. But one day, maybe, hopefully, get a ranch somewhere. That'd be cool. It'd be really fucking cool. But, like, nowhere near that point yet. At this point, I don't know that I can even get somebody to move in with me. you know? Like, I have the space. I have space. I could open up some space. I guess I should put it out there. Might be a good idea. I just figured, yeah, if somebody's interested, they'll ask. But, you know, some nibbles. Indiana. Hell yeah. And yes. Wait, was that Illustra? Was that for me? We should correspond further on the subject. Luck, yes. Hmm. Must be a really interesting company, Harlow, to get you to move out there. It can't be all that bad. Yeah. And yeah, you said you wanted to get out too. Are you thinking about it? Or gonna do it? Oh shit. That's cool. I've heard good things. I haven't put too much time in on any of those things. Harlow, best wishes. Yuck. $20? Costs me nothing. 16 by 12, 16 by 20. Do two 16 by 12 canvas prints. That'd be kind of cool. Be right back. Luck. Oh yeah. Alistair. Yes. Yes, I will respond. Back in a tick. Well, maybe 5 ticks. Have you had an opportunity to review the sizing information? Question mark. Hmm. Do you put yourself out there? Question mark. Oh yeah, this dude. I'm not gonna forget today. Oh, Alistair, can you hear me? Yes, you can hear me though. I was responding to a different message. Little crosstalk. Kind of the norm here. Sorry for the confusion. could do that. That would be a really cute product. 11 by 8. A puzzle. An 11 by 8 puzzle. Customizable. They're like, yeah, I'm alright. You know me. And my father, he's okay. He gets some news in a couple of weeks about his work. I asked him earlier today how things are going with his work. He said, yeah, a couple of weeks he'll have some more information. Tough times in oil and gas. Teeth whitening. Mm-hmm. It's funny, I guess if had I actually made it into the industry, been a good boy, maybe now I'd also be scrambling for work. Who knows? Or maybe I would have already, by this time, who knows? Maybe I would have already, yeah. By this time, there's pretty much no way I wouldn't have accumulated a mil in net worth by this point. Or at least, cleared a mil in earnings. Net worth, it's possible. Probable. Especially with how the market's been doing the past 9 years. Up, 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 up. And now, highly uncertain. A bobblehead? Durian. Yeah, I chose banana last time. This time, durian. In the same boat with orangutan. Orangutan. Yeah. Well, on the one hand, same old, same old. On the other hand, better in ways. Feeling a little more relaxed. I made some money last night. Helps to avoid panic, knowing that I can make a little bit of money. You? Is no news good news? Fair enough. Could aim for better. True. What are you saving it for? What are you gonna do with all that power? Hey, I was curious how much typically a flight with a take-home beer glass for one runs. A flight with take-home beer glass for one. How much does that normally run? About 30. What's in a flight? Hmm, gotcha. Sounds pretty cool. What's your location like? Hmm. Yeah. Exclusively indoor? Hmm. I see. Gotcha. And then outdoors, do you have fans or anything? Gotcha. Sounds awesome. Thank you so much for your help. Mhm. Yeah, yeah, I understand. It's a pretty tough time. Understood. Well, thank you very much for your help today. All right, bye bye for now. Fuck yeah. Beer is a need, right? Like if I spent money to acquire beer for the sake of social lubricant, yeah. Ah, okay, Giro-sama. That's good. I'm also, man, I also want to sell more of my stuff. Too much stuff. Oh yeah, last time you were saying that your laptop needed a new battery. You know what else is kind of interesting? Trying to build a brand. I think it's one of those things that's a lot easier to do if you have money. Just like infinite money to throw at a problem. Hey, I'm still waiting to hear back. I mean, if you've got a killer product, then I guess it does itself. But money never hurts, man. It just never fucking hurts. Like it's a solution to so well, it's you got to spend it right, of course. Pretty easy to throw money away. Ask me how. Dude, I wonder what happened. Like why they made that business decision just to kill it. I really wonder. Like I wonder how bleak the financial outlook was. I would imagine it's somewhere in Microsoft's filings slash reports. That'd be the place to look. But at the same time, it's like I don't have a dog in the fight. Pretty bleak. You saw the numbers? Gotcha. That's cool. Oh yeah, Guido-sama. How you say you need a new laptop? How old is yours? Yeah, rest in peace to Mixer. It's actually really cool. Like I think they had some good things going for it. A lot of good things. I mean, growth is growth. I just I just wonder outside of growth, financially how they were doing. Really wonder. Like I wonder what the actual deal was. There's no way they just gave everything over to Facebook. Not after spending as much money as they did to acquire it. Fair. Dude, I'm just gonna like everybody. On the dating things, I'm just gonna like everybody. Fucking shotgun time. Here we go again. Yeah, 4th gen i3. Mm, I guess it could get the job done. 4 gigs of RAM in this day and age is pretty bad. I think it's 8 or bust, really. Minimum 8. Or you just don't multitask. What do you think's holding you back? Question mark. Oh, whoops. I wonder what the system requirements are for running Android Studio. I remember running it like once on 2016 MacBook, so it was on a Intel Core M3 from the 6th generation. I think that's right. How much is a new battery? Oh, yeah. I'm just curious, when you say expensive, what's that look like? Oh, I'll be right back. Well. I must wash my hands. I'll be back. Hiro-sama, are you here? Dude, wow, this is a game changer. Whoa, I had no idea. Do you think you're effective? Man, this feels risky. Where will things be in the next 3 months? You know, we went from March. Let's see how it's trending. Oh, hey, Harlow. Congratulations, by the way. Like, I hope it works out. If it's what you wanted, I hope it works out. Business there is probably booming right now. It's been so hard to get, you know, the market for production equipment's been really weird. Um, so I'm feeling optimistic. Like these numbers, they're kind of scary numbers. But at the same time, I'm feeling optimistic. Because at this point, you've got these elected officials that were previously like, yeah, yeah, guys, be free, live free, who are turning around and saying the face mask is a symbol of our freedom. You know, that's what you got to do, and they're starting to hint at externalities. Wow. So I'm optimistic. Like now, maybe it's no longer this political issue. Maybe things will get better. Hopefully, they get better soon. Harris County. Damn! Holy shit! Oh no, we're like, yeah, we're right around the national average. This visualizer is really cool. Yeah, no, I mean it's good. Yeah, it's good that they're finally coming out and just like, yeah, you know what? Put on a fucking mask. Do it for your country. Do it so we can get back to normal, or whatever normal is going to look like. About time. It's so interesting. Like, just so interesting looking at the data. And it's really cool just how good these tools have become. Wow. Yeah. Wow, really cool. All right. I'm optimistic. Let's go for it. right? The tool I was just looking at Google. It's news.google.com slash COVID-19 slash map. Not bad. Shane Train, hey, I'm down to give it a shot. Maybe. I say I'm down to give it a shot. Like eventually, when the time's right, when Ryzen is it Zen 3? I think it's Zen 3. Anyways, when the new crop of Ryzen desktop CPUs hits, I'm gonna pull the trigger. I can't keep working with this machine. The workstation I have right now, it's solely on streaming duty. It doesn't do anything else. So like I can't do shit with it. Google Data Studio. Never tried it. Yeah, they do a good job with they make weird decisions sometimes about what to keep alive and what to kill. But the stuff that yeah. Did you see Facebook's new look? Wow, it's so weird. So different. Oh my gosh. And yeah, I'm with Harlow on this one. The markets there's just all sorts of weirdness. And I don't even really keep track of them. But for some time it's just been like, wait, where's the connection between this and reality? The people with the money are making stupid money. Like stupid money. And a lot of the country meanwhile is on life support. And of course it's all taxpayer funded. Thank you for doing your part and paying your taxes. Unlike the corporations. Hoo hoo hoo. Ho 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 ho. Whoops. $820 current subscribers on YouTube. So the app, this astrology app, it says your heart is invite only. Invite only. Interesting. Yeah. Open house over here. Baby flex. Aha! Exclamation mark. Um, keeping things pretty tight around here. Ellipsis. Funny, comma, because I haven't had to make all that many changes. Exclamation mark. Are they both yours? Question mark. Did you pick them both? Okay. What about the recipe? Question mark. Did you check the actual post? Question mark. I'm just gonna keep answering questions with questions. That's fun. I wish. Thank you! Exclamation mark. I'm glad you enjoyed. Are you subscribed? Question mark. Ha 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 ha. If money were no object. Ellipsis. Good thing you didn't see that. Oh shit, I'm late. God bless my Ye and Nai. May they rest in peace. Yo, Kassa, how are you feeling? Gotta remember, man. Step one. I see. Cool stuff. How about the rest of you? Physically? Question mark. I bet they keep each other good company. Exclamation mark. All right, all right. That's good. So my brother thought he may have come down with it. It's been a week, 2 weeks maybe. There's that all of a sudden he just felt really tired. Like he was sleeping and just still felt tired, sleeping 10 hours. But I don't know, like you sleep 10 hours, it's a bit too much. I don't know if he had any other symptoms. He must have. I imagine he did anyways. Oh shit, I still haven't done this. I'm getting so distracted. Fuck. Multitasking. Awful. Don't do it. Hmm. 13. Ah, thank you. Thank you for the follow. I am a fan. Glad you like it. Have you got one? What can I say? Earlier today, I made the remark, it's a grand old flag. It is a high-flying flag. Tom, that's a human being. It's not a bot. Sir, what are you on about? Born here. No, not you. Not you, 13, bro. Nope. 13 bronies. Yeah. Referring to Tom. Well, Tom, thank you. It's awfully kind of you to say so. You too are a great American. Thank you for your service. Hell plug. I'm glad you think so. But it's nothing really. I do refrain from yanking the meat. But sometimes I do it. No, sometimes I yank the meat. Sometimes. 13 bronies, I think it's the hair. Thank you. Self-promo allowed here. What would you like to promote that you're doing? Mixing bath time with wank hour? May have happened before. Certainly not here. Over here, there have been a couple of close calls, though. Your YouTube channel, Dark Baller X. I'm gonna search for it right now. Looks like you've been streaming 2K20. You've got a picture of Negan. Oh, okay. It's not 13 bronies. It's LeBron. I thought that the L was a 1. My bad. It's nothing. Yeah, so in my Discord server, I have this. I've got a whole bunch of these channels that nobody really uses because I think it's too confusing, and I still haven't put time to actually fix it. But whatever. Beyond that, like I like looking there to see who's streaming. Once in a while, I poke around and like, oh yeah, who's streaming? Do I watch Walking Dead? I've watched most of it. Tom, what's what? No, no, it's working. It's working because you saw the restream bot. It's relaying messages to you from Twitch. You know this, Tom. Yeah. Yeah, I thought it was 13 Bronies goat. Feel pretty dumb. Why do you think America sucks? I'm really curious. Trump sucks. Okay. What did I say? What? Oh, I was asking why you think America sucks. Sinda has a lot of issues. Sure. Okay, you think America sucks because I don't have the freedom I think I have. I think I understand my freedoms. But I'm really curious, like, why do you think it sucks? You're saying that Freedom Land is false advertising? Is that it? Hey, you can support whatever politician you want, you know? It's your vote. Okay. America sucks because it costs $2,000 to call an ambulance. Yeah, it's pretty expensive. Our healthcare system is it's wild. There are definite issues there. Agreed. Yeah, I mean, I think you can vote Trump without being a racist. Yeah. It would be silly to think that everybody who votes Trump is a racist. Like beyond a shred of a doubt, that statement is false. Everyone who votes for Trump is a racist. No way. Alistair, interesting. Or you know, maybe you benefit in some other ways, and you can overlook some of the statements he makes. Pick cherries. Who did I vote for? During the last election, I did not vote for Trump. And yeah, if you're like, if all you consume is the Trump stuff, if you drink the Trump Kool-Aid, then you know they probably sweep a lot of this stuff under the rug. Which is why it's good to look around once in a while. Try drinking the other party's Kool-Aid. Mix them. See which one you prefer. Alistair. All it takes for evil to triumph, yeah? Biden, in your opinion, has dementia. Wasn't there this whole thing with Trump and he's deplaning? What was it? Going to West Point? Was that it? Was that the incident? I know that there have been some smear campaigns. It's all started up. Yes, please. To Justice Kool-Aid. Am I okay with how America is right now? In what sense? You know, from a financial perspective, at this very moment, I'm getting along better than I've been able to get along for a while. But part of that is it's about what's going on out there. No real politics involved. They want to keep us happy. You feed people so they don't go hungry, and they're not gonna come for your food. Yeah, it's not bad. It'd be cool if you had like a VR headset and you could do the VR chat. That'd be cool. Or I don't know. Yeah, like drugs and video games. Unfortunately, a lot of the drugs that I'd like to do aren't legal here in Texas, so I'm not doing any drugs really, but beyond nicotine. And I guess I had some alcohol last night. Trigger warning, maybe. I drank a little bit. Social. Oh, the police brutality that's plaguing America. That issue. Oh yeah, that's terrible. That's awful. But we're seeing changes, at least on paper, and that's good. It's about time. All it took was everybody going out there and protesting. Gee, who would have thought that would work? It's pretty cool. I look 18. Good. Forever young. Forever 21. No, yeah. This year I'm 31. You? And Alistair. Sometimes it's good to get out of your own head. Take a trip. Sometimes. Chronic strain. Hello. Just chatting. As for my memory, you're right. I don't remember shit. But the cloud, man. The cloud has a really good memory. The last time you were here, or the last time you chatted at least, 23rd of June 2019. Happy New Year. I hope 2020 has been treating you well. Oh, 31. It's it's yeah. The 30s they're just getting started. It's definitely different from the 20s, but you probably already heard of that. You didn't need me to tell you that. Oh, it's actually not mounted. It's just sitting here. It's like resting on the base of the magazine and one point of contact on the barrel attachment. What's the real question? What's up with it? Like, why is it why is it here being displayed? Yeah, yeah, dude. I was thinking about putting something out. I would say, a limit as age approaches death, infinity, tolerance for bullshit approaches zero. And for most people, as age approaches infinity, viewpoints approach conservative. What do I do for a living? Oh, sex work. Oh shit. Chronic strain. Thank you. Well, that must be you, right? Alistair, it could be the drugs, man. Maybe that was it. I see it. It didn't tell you my name, did it? And I might just get a Slurpee. I think they canceled this free Slurpee day and they replaced it with something else. Like, I swear I just read that recently. No, no, there was like it was a free Slurpee thing. They canceled it. And instead they're doing something else, like discounts for the whole of next month or something. I can't remember. Sweet chronic strain, that's good. As it should be. Alistair, I imagine that at least for some people that chose to vote Trump, they were actually voting in line with their own interests. And it wasn't just the rhetoric. It wasn't just, well, he's this. I like his personality. They considered the platforms, and they figured, yeah, I'm gonna vote Trump. Or they're just lifelong Republicans. They always vote Republican, and they just vote straight Republican every single time. Like I don't vote straight Democratic Party. Or yeah, I don't vote straight single party. Sometimes you vote for the third party. Oh man, tragedy of the commons. So no, yeah, it's probable. But it's tough to really keep up with all of it. There's just so much. To be really informed. It's a fucking job. But thankfully, there are people out there that are doing fact checking. That's good. You want the truth. You can handle the truth, right? And we're all grown ups. For me, and Luck will remember this. Luck asked a lot of questions around the impeachment proceedings. Like, I get that you can plead the fifth, but when that's all you've got, it's what you keep falling back to. It doesn't look good. Just like, man, or if you say to everybody, I'm an excellent businessman, I'm a very successful businessman, I can prove it to you. But you're not willing to show your taxes, any real numbers. It's kind of weird. Like, why not just come out with it? If you got nothing to hide, why are you afraid of the light? Hey, Chronic Strain, thank you. Thank you. If prostitution was legal, money was no object, I'd probably go and bang hookers. Like, why not? If they've got the skills to pay the bills, they're probably good for it. Probably get a lot more, you just get a lot more bang for your buck. Like, dating for me has been pretty fucking weird for a long time. But I don't even really put myself out there at this point. Beyond here, like I'm here. You guys are my closest friends. What else? Oh yeah, we were talking about the drugs. Occasionally taking a trip. I bet that if recreational cannabis were legalized here, or medicinal, if it was illegal here, um, on the occasions that I do consume cannabis, I'd probably feel a lot less paranoia. In fact, yeah, generally, like the paranoia associated with drug use, if it was legal, then that kind of goes away. At least that aspect. About dating, geez, where to start? In Casa, no one likes to answer questions when it comes to money. I'm happy to talk about money all day, man. It's a great topic. Like I wish it wasn't seen as such a dirty thing to talk about. Like we should absolutely talk about money. If you know about money, you should talk with your friends and family about money. Of course, financial literacy is important. Alistair. No, the pathway to legalization for medicinal use in Texas, or at least locally here in Houston, it started. It started. It all begins with this mandate that they've got to test the potency. They've got to test the THC content of anything that they claim is cannabis when you get arrested. That already started. So it'll happen. I think the writing's on the wall on that one. I mean, it's been for so long. And well, shit. Maybe I should get to the SF Bay Area in LA. TwitchCon was San Diego. I like San Diego. Alistair, you want de-incarceration for minor drug offenses? Yeah, I'm for it. I think that's one of the things that's also come out of these protests. Not just looking at policing, but people are more willing to talk about prison reform. What was it, that documentary 13th that started trending? That's cool. It's huge. The whole war on drugs. Yeah, if we can end that, that'd be great. Maybe we'd have fewer people fleeing from Latin American countries that supply us with our drugs. Maybe there would be fewer people seeking asylum here. Or not, I don't know. I guess the cocaine's got to come in from somewhere. and it keeps coming in. But like that's just naturally what's what happens. You create black markets. What did you expect? The new Jim Crow. Hmm. Plus, don't forget the jazz musicians. Gotta watch out for those guys. Yeah, you don't want them stealing the women. Filipino people too, like the guys. Nah, can't have that. Yeah, those filthy jazz artists, indeed. Filthy. The things that they do to women. The new Jim Crow. I think I've heard it's that title floating around recently. But you'd recommend it? My list isn't getting any shorter. Oh yes, Reefer Madness. Yes. Water. Hmm. The Hate You Give. Gotta check that out too. Banned books. Ooh. You did. Dude, back in school, back in high school, for the last 3 years, so sophomore year to the time I graduated, I'd go to the library pretty much every single day. I'd eat lunch and then kind of sit around for a bit, listen to my friends bantering, and then I just go up to the library, read, and maybe take a nap. Hardly read at all these days, like nothing real. Oh, I'm articles, sure. The news. Any cute girls in class? Yeah. Yeah. I took a music class. I can't remember what it was called. It involved like a bit of performance, and I think they had everybody on the pianos. I want to say it was a music theory class, and there were these Japanese girls, and they'd wear these skirts, and it was the classroom was like for band and orchestra practice. So I had these tiers. I'd sit near the front, could look back. That was fun. Blonde American girls. We had a handful at best. What about white girls? The white women. There was one who was my brother's like English or humanities teacher's daughter. Oh, yeah. The mom was on the. She was, I think, a cross country coach for the women's team, and her daughter. I kept picturing her. Uh, the last time I was out in LA, just like picturing her. Anyways, we had a really diverse student body. Small class, 100 odd people. Maybe 1/3 was Korean. Koreans. There were some Malaysians, Singaporean, I want to say. Not all that many Americans. There was a Finnish guy. some Japanese students. I tend to hang out like they tended to associate, just stick to their own. I made friends with one, and he disappeared. I think he was pretty severely depressed, but not like disappeared, gone. You know, he just vanished. Maybe went somewhere else. What would she think of you picturing her? I don't know. Not gonna ask. Or I guess I could like. No. I'm not gonna bother. Yeah. So like back in the day, I'd add all of my classmates on Facebook, and then over time, I just started pruning. And then I was also pruned from like a lot of people's lists, and so I also pruned back. No, like yeah, we were acquaintances. I don't really need to know. Whatever. I don't need to know what you're up to. I don't need to know what you're thinking about. I can hardly keep track of what I'm thinking about. Anyways, enough about me. Dude, I still haven't. Fuck. Time flies. Banned book. Banned book. Banned book. The Hate You Give, right? Guess I'll make a final decision. What's this? Oh yeah, I already made a decision. Let's go. Taxes and fees. Death and taxes. There we go. Back in a tick. Holy call. Yeah, what's up? What's up, Guido-sama? What you got for me? Whoa. Like, what type of functionality are you looking for? Hey Google, turn off the fan.
Okay, turning fan off.
Okay. Yeah. So that, like, what would you be able to do? Say, just find a specific file across all of the cloud storage that you've got? Or beyond that? Casa Zesty. I think Zesty is where it's at. Back in a tick. Okay. So, alright. I know that on iOS, there's an app called Files. It's a system app. And that integrates with some cloud storage platforms, and you're able to, I think you're able to do a search across all of them in a unified search box. I could be wrong. Don't quote me on that. Oh, it's my still life. Oh man. Oh man, why am I shirtless? Oh yeah, yeah. I could use some shirts. I think I'm gonna make some. Hey Google, turn off the bright lights. I'm easily impressed. So, you maybe not so much. It's good. That's good. Me, I see something shiny and I'm all over it. And why is my laptop making so much noise? The hell are you making so much noise for, a laptop? Oh, um, see, I have a shirt right here. It says Yeti Eater. You can have one of those too. fact, I'd be really grateful if you purchased one. But you know, if we just met, then you're like, why the fuck would I want a Yeti Eater shirt? What am I gonna do with a Yeti Eater shirt? I like my... What's that one called again? My Tom Hardy shirts. Thank you very much. I don't need no Yeti Eater shirt. I like my affliction tees. I'm covered. I got baby gap. Yeah, I don't understand why my laptop's making noise. Fucking Murphy, yeah? Fucking Murphy. Maybe it's broken. Maybe I need a new laptop. Oh, by the way, I have no idea what you're saying, if anything, right now. I'm flying blind. But maybe you already knew that, maybe you figured. If you didn't know, now you know. Why is it still making noise? Different angel. I understand. Did Mans clean anything today? Yeah, I cleaned my coffee press after using it. I think. And I brushed Paul out because I love Paul. Surely getting there. What time is it? It's still a little early, but where are we? It's still a little early, but it's all good. Rather life, thank you. Welcome and thank you for the follow. Iro-sama, sleep well. Till next time. And dude, my laptop's still making noise. What the fuck? It's not right. You know what? I should put this somewhere. Just to really, you know, it's like I pulled this aside for a reason, but I haven't put it anywhere. Not here. I'll find somewhere for it. Who knows? Maybe one day another alum comes in and they're like, "Whoa, holy shit, you too?" Who knows? We're kind of everywhere. Dude, what the fuck? Right now. Oh, okay. There we go. Hello. Hello, computer. Why are you still making noise? Go to sleep. Yes, go to sleep, Paul. Go to sleep. There you go. It's like a little turbine. Fan speed slowing down already? It's definitely quieter. It's still running. Maybe in the future I shouldn't choose a MacBook Air. My brother is very pro Surface. And anti-Apple. Anyways, I think that's it, yeah? Did I miss anything? We're good here? We're good here? Is there anybody still here? Because if there's anybody still here, no, I think everybody's gone. Alright, so it's all good. Since everybody's gone, I'm gonna pull the plug. Thank you for tuning in. Thanks for your attention. Till next time, be good. I use all these things. Maybe we can engage there, yeah?